Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Pristhaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pashyatya Deshatarine Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shri Vasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Rama Rama. Oh, Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Oh, Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Oh, Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Oh, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Oh, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Oh, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Rama. Oh, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Oh, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Rama. Oh, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Oh, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Oh Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Oh Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Oh Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Oh Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Oh Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Oh Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Oh Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Oh Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Oh Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hari. Jaya Nitai Gaura Chandra Nitai Gaura Chandra Gaura Hari. Jaya Radha Sharad Vihari Radha Sharad Vihari Radhe. Jaya Radha Sharad Vihari Radha Sharad Vihari Radhe. Jaya Jagannatha Jagannatha Jaya Baladeva Jaya Subhadrama. Jaya Jagannatha Jaya Jagannatha Jaya Baladeva Jaya Subhadra. Jaya Jagannatha Jaya Narsimhadev Jaya Narsimhadev Jaya Narsimhadev Jaya Narsimhadev. Nitai Gaura Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Nitai Gaura Hari Bol. Nitai Gaura Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Nitai Gaura Hari Bol. Nitai Gaura Hari Bol Hari Bol. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Srila Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Srila Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Gurudev 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 Jaya Srila Gurudev. Jaya Jaya Gurudev 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 Jaya Srila Gurudev. Nitai Gaura Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Nitai Gaura Hari Bol. Nitai Gaura Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Nitai Gaura Hari Bol. Nitai Gaura Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Nitai Gaura Hari Bol. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, oh Hare Rama, Ram Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna हरि नाम संकीर्तन यज्ञ की
Hang on to the Mridanga Maharaj said. Hare Krishna? We can do better than that. Let's try one more time. Hare Krishna! Hare Krishna! Krishna Krishna! Hare Hare! Hare Rama! Hare Rama! Rama Rama! Hare Hare! Srila Prabhupada ki! Nitya Gaura Chandra ki! His Holiness Candramauli Swami ki! We're very happy to have His Holiness Candramauli Swami with us. He was going to be speaking. I have to remember the title. He told me, but my mind is Krishna's Way. That I remember. Srila Prabhupada's plan, unfinished plan for ISKCON, right, Maharaj?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. He approved it. Okay. So without further delay, Maharaj, we're very happy that we have you. Please give Maharaj a kartal. And we'll start the class, and we will hear more of what is it that Srila Prabhupada did not finish in ISKCON that we have to pick up and continue. Hare Krishna.
So begin with bhajan. This is a beautiful bhajan by Srila Bhaktivedanta Thakur. It's something you're all familiar with. And the actual title is Nama Kirtana. We also know it as Yasomati Nandana. So you can follow it on your phone. If you look it up, it's called Nama Kirtana. Yasomati Nandana Brajavara Nagara Gokula Ranjana Ha 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 na Yasomati Nandana Brajavara Nagara Gokula Ranjana Kahana Gopiparanandanam Bhadanam Manoharam Gopiparanandanam Bhadam Manoharam Kalyanamona Vidhana Kalyanamona Vidhana Amalaharinam Hamya Vilasaham Amalaharinam Hamya Vilasaham Vipina Purandara Navinana Garavara Vamsi Vadhanasu Vahasan Rabara Hey, Rajadana Falana Sudakula Nasana Rajadana Falana Bhuzula Nasa Bolo Nanda Gaurana Rakhohalan. Hey, Nanda Gaurana Rakhohalan. Bolo, bolo. Jose, Jose. Govinda Madhava Navanita Taskara. Govinda Madhava Navanita Taskara. Sundarananda Gopala. Hey. Sundarananda Gopala. Hey. Oh, Jamuna Tapta Chara Gopi Vasanora. Jamuna Tapta Chara Gopi Vasanora. Rasa Rasika Kripam Hoya. Hey. Rasa Rasika Kripam Hoya. As here out of Balalava Vrindavana Natabada. As here out of Balalava Vrindavana Natabada. Bhakti Vinoda Swami. Hey, Srila Bhakti Vinoda Swami. Hey, Yasomati Nandana Prajabara Nagara Gokula Ranjana. Hey, Amala Harinam, Namiyavi Lasa. Govinda Madhava Navanita Taskara. Jamuna Tapta Chara Gopi Vasanora. Sri Radha Balalava Vrindavana Natabara. Sri Radha Balalava Vrindavana Natabara. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Ram Rama, Hare Hare. Bolo, bolo, hey. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Rama, Hare Hare. Oh, hey, you can do it. Hey, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Nitya Gaur. Hey, Nitya Gaur, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitya Gaur, Hari Bol. Hey, Nitya Gaur, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol. and Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Gaur Premanande, Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Harinam Sankirtan, Yuga Dharma ki jai. Hare Krishna. Nice to be back here with the addition to the Transcendental family, Sri Sri Gaura Nitai. Of course, for you, it's been long term, 3 months now, huh? At least. For me, it's a debut. Quite nice. The whole atmosphere is very transcendental, simply by the presence of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and Sri Nityananda Ram, who have brought the entire Sankirtan movement, which is the Krishna conscious movement in this age, onto this planet Earth. So the topic today is a little detailed. It's quite, in order for me to cover all of the points, it would be way beyond the time limit that is available. So what we'll do is give a sort of an overview. As it was mentioned, the unfinished business of Srila Prabhupada's program for establishing Krishna consciousness worldwide. And that unfinished business is part 4 of a 4-part program that Srila Prabhupada instituted as a means for bringing Krishna consciousness into the earth planet. Before we begin, Om Gyan Timidandasya Gana Jana Salakaya Chaksu Unmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimakti Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gaudavani Pacharine Nirvisesa Sunyavadi Pastyatya De Satarine Panchakalpa Tarubhischa Kripa Sindhu Pepacha Patitanam Bhavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namaho Namaha Jai Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Sivasari Gaura Bhaktivinoda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. So, in the year 1949, I believe it was, Srila Prabhupada wrote a treatise which is known as the Gita Nagari concept. And the treatise was based on 4 principles that Mahatma Gandhi established for the development of the Indian society. Srila Prabhupada took those 4 principles as the basis for his development of the ISKCON movement. And what were those 4 principles? Gandhi was known as a saint among the politicians and a politician amongst the saints. So he used his position as a saintly person to influence political activity in order to expel the British. And he also had a plan for the development of Indian society, which was both individual in terms of his own practice and also a plan, a larger plan for the development of the Indian culture, which was already developed in that way, but he wanted to bring it back in a more, we say, personal way, or a more adaptable way. And so Prabhupada took those 4 principles and he wrote what is called the Gitanagari concept. You can, if you want to find that treatise, all you have to do is do a little research and look for the Gitanagari concept. And the first principle was holy books, holy names. Holy books and holy names. Gandhi as an individual, although he was involved with a lot of political activity, never neglected his daily prayers. He made it a point to always continue his personal worship within his own home and also within a local society of friends, where he would always worship his deity. And also, even when he would travel to different places, he would also visit temples and also perform personal worship. He also was very enthusiastic to glorify the name of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Sri Ram. And so, on a personal level, Gandhi was, along with being he's very much involved in political movements, he was very fixed in his worship and in his glorification of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Now, Srila Prabhupada, when he started the movement, how did he begin? He began with holy names. Taking Lord Chaitanya's mission as the foundation for the establishment of Krishna consciousness. Krishna Varnam Tusa Krishna Sangopangam Saparshadam Yagyai Sankirtanai Prayai Yajantihi Sumedasaha. This verse from the Srimad Bhagavatam establishes that those who actually have good intelligence perform the activity of Sankirtan, that is the congregational glorification of the Lord by chanting His holy names. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. So Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. So you see, if you too do a little historical research, that the early periodicals that began the Hare Krishna movement were the Back to Godhead magazines. In 1944, Srila Prabhupada began the principle of writing and publishing in a 1 or 2 page newsletter, which he called Back to Godhead. Of course, that was right in the midst of World War II. And he also spoke a lot about the political situation and the importance of practicing spiritual life as a means for overturning or overcoming the horrors of material life. And so that principle really establishes the first periodical in our movement, which was called Back to Godhead magazine. And by going through those early issues, you see the majority of the articles and of the pictures particularly were devotees doing Sankirtan, Harinam Sankirtan in different places around the world, New York, Boston, Santa Fe, Mexico, San Francisco, Los Angeles. And these were some of the early centers that got established. Montreal were some of the early centers that Prabhupada established. So he began his movement really with Harinam. When you see the old pictures when Prabhupada used to go out in the park, even in the very beginning, there were no mridangas at the time. And he would have a little tom-tom drum. That tom-tom drum is still there and sitting on the Srila Prabhupada's altar in New Vrindavan. You can see the same drum. That was the drum that started the Hare Krishna movement in 1966. And Prabhupada would go out with his fledgling followers and the few hippies that he somehow attracted, and they would go out and sing and dance in the park, and people would gather. And Prabhupada would beat on the drum and chant Hare Krishna. And so that became the foundation by which Krishna consciousness started to spread one place to another. Because Prabhupada understood this was the Lord's desire to glorify the Lord by chanting His holy name and spreading that mercy to as many places we could. And then Prabhupada sent devotees overseas in places like Germany and London and many of the major cities in Europe to begin Krishna consciousness. And it was all centered around the same thing, Harinam Sankirtan. That's how the movement began. And of course, nobody had much money in those days, so we were struggling in order to build centers and get whatever money we could from devotees who would join the movement and maybe give a little bit of their savings to help support the movement. There were no congregations in that day. There were no people living outside. Everybody in the movement was a temple devotee, and that went on for many years. And then after some time, of course, Prabhupada was very enthusiastic to write books, and he started with Nara Bhakti Sutra, and after doing 13 verses, he decided to stop, and he felt that more important was the nectar of devotion. Prabhupada then summarized Rupa Goswami's Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, which we know as nectar devotion, which is the process by which one knows how to execute devotional service step by step, from the very beginning all the way up to the goal of Krishna consciousness, which is to develop one's love for Krishna. And so that became one of the more important books at the time. And it was mostly for the devotees at that time. And then Srila Prabhupada was thinking, of course he had many health challenges in those days. Prabhupada's age was 71, 72. He was, and then he had 2 heart attacks, we all know about that, on the boat coming over on the Jaladuta. And then in 1967, he had his 3rd heart attack. And one astrologer told him that actually this was the time he was supposed to leave. But Prabhupada prayed very seriously to Krishna that my mission, it has not even developed yet, so please give me more time. And Krishna decided to fulfill that desire, and Prabhupada stayed. But Prabhupada knew he could leave at any moment. And so he wanted to give us the 10th canto of Srimad Bhagavatam. And at that time, there was no Bhagavatams out. Prabhupada had brought the 1st canto in 3 editions over from India, and then he used that basically to give his classes, along with teachings of Lord Chaitanya. He also summarized the teachings of Lord Chaitanya from Chaitanya Charitamrita, and produced another book called TLC, Teachings of Lord Chaitanya. And Prabhupada was giving classes 1966, 67, 68. And then around the end of 1969 and around the beginning of 70, Prabhupada he was thinking, I want to give the devotees Krishna's pastimes in Vrindavan. But he knew he couldn't jump right to the 10th canto and do the 10th canto. So he summarized those pastimes into a book which we now know as Krishna book. Krishna book. And that became a very popular book. When the book first came out, Prabhupada was actually giving a lecture at one time, some public lecture, and the devotees had brought the book right during Prabhupada's lecture into the lecture, because Prabhupada was always waiting, when is Krishna book going to be published? And he was eager. As soon as he came out, the devotees came, Prabhupada stopped the lecture right in the middle, accepted the book. There was 10 books that they brought from the printing, and Prabhupada sold all 10 books right on the spot, right in the lecture. He was so happy. Now, and here is Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, in a very easy and understandable way, in the summary of this 10th canto. And one day, one devotee, Jai Sisi Gornitai Ki Jai. One devotee was traveling, and he had one Krishna book in his car. And he pulled into a gas station. This was somewhere in California. And he got his car full of gas. And then the attendant came over and said, okay, that'll be, I think it was, I don't know how much it was, maybe $10 at that time. And the devotees didn't have any money. So they pulled into a gas station, got a full tank of gas, and didn't have 1 penny to pay for it. So the devotee who was driving, he said to the gas station attendant, can I give you this book in exchange for the gas? And he handed him the Krishna book. And then the young man who was tending the pump, he said, yeah, I'm fine. So he took it. And then the devotee reported back that that what had happened. And the idea came that, hey, we could distribute books in the streets. Just from this apparent, mistake of not having money and using the book as the franchise, the idea came, maybe we can distribute books on the streets. So then we started to go around with Back to Godheads, and Prabhupada had just finished his 3rd attempt to write Bhagavad Gita. He did it in English, in India. It got stolen in India. He did it when he first came here. It got stolen the 2nd time. Prabhupada was not, discouraged. He just came, and the 3rd time he put it out. And then there was a little blue book. It was more like mostly just the verses without the Sanskrit. And that became, along with Krishna book and Back to Godhead magazines, devotees started distributing books. And as Prabhupada really started to dive into doing translations, he was putting out Srimad Bhagavatams, and devotees then started distributing books on the street. It became and in 1972, 73, as time went on, book distribution became we were distributing millions of books every year. And from that money, temples were starting to open. So that was Prabhupada's 2nd part of the mission. He wanted to open temples. All we had was houses converted into little storefronts or various places that the devotees would congregate in order to chant and live. In fact, there were no temples. But then finally, when money started to come in, Prabhupada started to buy churches. In those days, some of the Christian churches were no longer up to the functioning standing, and they became up for sale. And so we bought some churches. We also bought some Masonic lodges and other places, and then we converted them into temples. Just like if you go to the Chicago temple, that was a former Masonic lodge in here in Chicago, and many other places. And just go to Toronto, that was a former Christian church. And then temples started to open one after another. Book distribution was bringing in thousands and thousands of dollars. And Prabhupada started to open up temples everywhere and anywhere. So if you see around the world today, our temples, Radha Krishna temples, practically in every country around the world, were very, ideal standards of worship. It's not easy to worship Radha Krishna, but Prabhupada wanted to give that to the human society, and he, trained devotees on how to worship the deity and arranged for different programs of education. So that was another part of Prabhupada's movement. First was holy books and holy names. The second part was temple worship. Of course, these things happened synonymously. But if you read the Gita Nagari concept, that was also there in Gandhi's idea. He also wanted to renovate and restore the broken down temples throughout India. That was another big part of his plan. So Prabhupada also took that concept to expand temples all around the world. And there's a story where when Prabhupada was in 26 Second Avenue when he first started the movement, there was nothing there. Prabhupada one day was sitting on a park bench in one park, and one Iranian train conductor, he got curious, who is this gentleman there sitting with all of these, robes? So he sat next to Prabhupada, and then he began inquiring, who are you? Where'd you come from? And Prabhupada said, well, I come from India. I've come here to teach eternal religious principles, and I have 108 temples, but they're separated by time. Now, if somebody told you that, you would think, maybe he's been taking some LSD or something. So, but Prabhupada said it with such surety. Now, the man, of course, was very doubtful, but he liked Prabhupada. And eventually the conversation. It's interesting because in the 1990s, I think the beginning of the 90s, I was doing prison preaching at that time, and I received a letter from one young man who was former devotee in the Seattle, Washington temple. And he said one day, one very elderly man came into the temple, and he walked right up to Prabhupada, Murti, sitting on the Vyasasthan, and starts talking really loud. And he was saying, he said he was going to do it. He did it. I didn't believe him. It was the same Iranian train conductor. Prabhupada, Krishna arranged for him to get the message. Yeah, I told you, 108 temples. So Prabhupada, and now we have, of course, 108 is just a small number. We have much more than that around the world now. Now, this movement has spread by the desire of Lord Chaitanya using Srila Prabhupada's determined effort and his pure devotion to educate and to develop. Prabhupada was not only a great spiritualist, he's a visionary. He knew how to do things. He knew how to work on a practical level. He was a manager in a chemical factory before he became involved with Krishna consciousness in the West. He had the know-how how to do business, and he also knew how to arrange things. Prabhupada was an expert manager. And because of his expertise both in management and giving spiritual direction, the movement spread fast. In fact, in the middle of the 1970s, it spread so fast. Temples were opening and devotees were coming one after another. Books were going out. And it was like a revolution everywhere. And one senator from one state, I don't remember exactly, he said, if this Krishna consciousness movement continues to spread the way it is, it'll take over the government in 10 years. He said that. And that was a fact. They were afraid of what we were doing. It was very powerful. And the other part of Srila Prabhupada's movement was taken from the same principle that Gandhi had said. Gandhi's principle was Harijan. That people in India who were born in low class, they were considered to be outcasts. They were the Bungis and the Chamars. Gandhi wanted to give them equal status with everyone, that they could also worship on the same level of those who were, in the Brahmin status. But Gandhi's idea was to rubber stamp people. But Prabhupada took the same idea and he said, you cannot just automatically bring people to that level of worship. You need to educate them. So Srila Prabhupada's movement was based on bringing people in and educating them in the science of Bhakti Yoga, along with teaching them the practical application, and at the same time initiating them into the Krishna conscious movement, giving them a new name, giving them principles to follow, and giving them a process by which they could gradually move from one status of Krishna consciousness to the next level. So one by one. And then the movement started to spread, and Prabhupada initiated thousands and thousands of people. Temples were opening, books were going out all over the world. It was a spiritual revolution. It was really powerful. And then in 1974, prior to that age, Prabhupada, he talked a lot about Varnashram Dharma. He talked about establishing a society based on the four Varnas, educating people according to. He took that verse from Bhagavad Gita, Chatur Varna Mayasrista Guna Karma Vibhagasyaha. And Krishna says the four types of people were created by me. And what are the four types? The Brahmins, the Kshatriyas, the Vaishyas, and the Sudras. And these make up the social, not spiritual, the social body of society. And therefore that is called Varna and Ashram, and educating people in spiritual matters and finding them their particular tendency, which is called Swadharma. Swadharma means your natural material tendencies. There are people who have Brahminical qualities, tendencies, people who have Kshatriya qualities. The Brahmins, they like to worship, they like to study the scriptures, they like to give direction. The Kshatriyas are more like managers, they're protectors, they are people who care about people in general. They do welfare work for others. The Vaishyas take care of cows, cultivate the land, banking, commerce. And the Sudras are supportive of the three Varnas, and they also engage in arts and crafts. So Prabhupada understood the different activities within the Varnas, but in order to establish that, he needed a system of education. And therefore he came up with the idea of Varnashram College. In 1974, prior to that, Prabhupada said, Varnashram cannot be established. Things are too topsy-turvy. But in 1974, he changed. He said, if chanting the Hare Krishna Mahamantra is so easy, why are devotees not staying fixed in their spiritual life? Therefore, we have to establish this social system through education, evaluation, and ultimately engagement, engaging people according to their nature. So then Prabhupada said, but before you could establish Varnashram, it has to be done in an environment which is conducive to that. And he said the only place you can do that is in the farms. Therefore he established these farm communities. So I'll read one verse from the Srimad Bhagavatam and purport. The purport is very powerful. It's a little lengthy, but try to listen up. And the verse is from the first canto, 10th chapter, verse number 4. It's called Departure of Lord Krishna for Dwarka. The translation, during the reign of Maharaj Yudhisthira, the clouds showered all the water that people needed, and the earth produced all the necessities of man in profusion. Due to its fatty milk bag and cheerful attitude, the cow used to moisten the grazing ground with milk. Srila Prabhupada's purport is very strong. Listen up. The basic principle of economic development is centered on land and cows. The necessity of human society are food grains, fruits, milk, minerals, clothing, wood, etc. One requires all these items to fulfill the material needs of the body. Certainly, one doesn't require flesh and fish or iron tools and machinery. During the regime of Maharaj Yudhisthira, all over the world there were regulated rainfalls. Rainfalls are not in control of the human being. The heavenly king Indradev is the controller of rains, and he is a servant of the Lord. When the Lord is obeyed by the king and the people under the king's administration, there are regulated rains from the horizons, and these rains are the causes of all varieties of productions on the land. Not only do regulated rains help ample production of grains and fruits, but when they combine with astronomical influences, there is ample production of valuable stones and pearls. Grains and vegetables can sumptuously feed a man and animals, and a fatty cow delivers enough milk to supply a man sumptuously with vigor and vitality. If there's enough milk, enough grains, enough fruit, enough cotton, enough silk, and enough jewels, then why do the people need cinemas, houses of prostitution, slaughterhouses, etc.? What is the need of artificial luxurious life of cinema, cars, radio, flesh, and hotels? Has this civilization produced anything but quarreling individually and nationally? Has this civilization enhanced the cause of equality and fraternity by sending thousands of men into the hellish factory in a war fields at the whim of a particular man? It is said here that the cows used to moisten the pasturing gland with milk because their milk bags were fatty and the animals were joyful. Do they not require therefore proper protection for a joyful life by being fed with the sufficient quantity of grass in the field? Why should men kill cows for their selfish purposes? Why should man not be satisfied with grains, fruits, milks, which combined together can produce hundreds and thousands of palatable dishes? Why are there slaughterhouses all over the world to kill innocent animals? Maharaj Parikshit, grandson of Maharaj Yudhisthira, while touring his vast kingdom, saw a man attempting to kill a cow. The king at once arrested the butcher and chastised him sufficiently. Should not a king or an executive head protect the lives of the poor animals who are unable to defend themselves? Is this humanity? Are not the animals of a country citizens also? Then why are they allowed to be butchered in organized slaughterhouses? Are these the signs of equality, fraternity, and nonviolence? Therefore, in contrast with the modern, advanced, civilized form of government, an aristocracy like Maharaj Yudhisthira is far superior to so-called democracy, in which animals are killed and a man less than an animal is allowed to cast votes for another less than an animal man. We are creatures of material nature, and this is a very important point. We are creatures of material nature. In the Bhagavad Gita, it is said that the Lord himself is the seed-giving Father, and material nature is the mother of all living beings in all shapes. Thus, mother material nature has enough foodstuffs both for animals and for men by the grace of the Father Almighty, Lord Shri Krishna. The human being is the elder brother of all living beings. He is endowed with intelligence more powerful than animals for realizing the course of nature and the indications of the Almighty Father. Human civilization should depend on the production of material nature without artificially attempting economic development to turn the world into a chaos of artificial greed and power only for the purpose of artificial luxuries and sense gratification. This is but the life of dogs and hogs. Now, Prabhupada summarizes everything nicely. Anan bhavanti bhutani parjanyan anasambhavan. When there is sufficient rain, when there is sufficient jagya, there is sufficient rain. When the rains come, the land becomes fertile. One can cultivate the land and take care of their needs for all the food they need, automatically by Mother Nature. The cow is God's gift to human society. Now we have cars. We forgot about cows. Of course, many of you who grew up in India, you still have many memories of living in such an environment where a cow was a very big part of the environment and also of the family needs. The cow, Prabhupada says, provides sufficient food in the form of milk. The cow also fertilizes the field by walking on the fields. Their hooves actually make the fields fertile for planting of crops. The cow dung can be used for cooking. You take cow dung, you mix it with paddy. You see it in India, and they do that. They put it on the walls, they put it on the houses. After it dries out, and then they cook with it. I lived in New Vrindavan for 20 years, and I was a cook for a while. We didn't have cow dung. We didn't use the cow dung. We used wood for cooking. And Srila Prabhupada said, you know, if you want first-class cooking, cow dung. Second class, he said, wood. Third class, gas. Haribol. And we won't say what the last class is. Maybe we go into some of your homes and you'll find it's called electricity. I was in Detroit about a month ago. Yeah, exactly a month ago. And I was talking to one gentleman, and his wife, this was a while back, she was sick at that time. And the doctor told her, you can't cook because if you cook with the electric stove, it's bad for your health. Even the doctors see that, you know, being around that type of environment is not healthy. So we live in a very polluted society because we've artificially taken what material nature has given, manufactured into products and sold back to human beings in the form of commodities and either apparent necessities or even various forms of luxuries. In the year 1850, recently, a statistic was taken, this was about 40 years ago, but in the year 1850, it was understood that 95% of the commodities that were available on the common market for people in general were considered to be necessities. And 5% were extra. We call that luxuries. Now, if you take the same categories and you do the same math, you get the opposite. It's 95% is luxuries, 5% is necessities. And this is a statistic taken in the United States about 40 years ago. And of course, things have also developed in the same way. So we live in a very artificial lifestyle. We don't depend on nature, we rape nature and resell it back to people in the form of different commodities and give them some kind of franchise which is called money in order to live. Here it mentions how God actually produces valuable resources. It mentions in the purport, it says that when regulated rains come from the horizon, and then when they combine with certain astrological influences, there are jewels, gems, and various precious metals produced simply by rain. Simply by rain. And it's understood. There's a constellation called Swati. And when it rains during the Swati constellation in the heavens, the rain falls on the head of a snake, becomes jewels, falls on the head of an elephant, becomes gems, falls in the ocean, becomes pearls. So God produces everything, and then there's gold, silver, lapis lazuli, rubies, and emeralds, diamonds, various other things. That's real wealth. Real wealth comes from the earth. But everything has been usurped by the administration of the world today and resold back into artificial ingredients. And so Prabhupada understood. And he understood that in order to propagate Krishna consciousness in an atmosphere that is conducive to the execution of Krishna consciousness, we need to live a lifestyle that is simple, more simplified. And therefore he wanted to establish these farm communities and to develop Varnashram Dharma on these farm communities. Cows not only produce cow dung for cooking, but there's a machine you can get, and you can take cow dung, you can process it, you can make methane gas, you can heat your house. You don't need heating fuel from the outside. And Prabhupada's program was very simple. He talked a lot about this. If you read the Bhagavatam, especially the first canto, he talked a lot about how to develop this more simplified lifestyle. And therefore, when he left the planet in 1977, during that last year, he spoke a lot about, he said, establish these farms. He said, this is the fourth part of the mission. Gandhi wanted to establish village culture. He wanted to make each of the individual villages self-sufficient in India. That was his desire. Of course, he never was able to get to that program, but he actually started it in some places to make the villages self-sufficient, where they wouldn't have to depend on the outside world for whatever they needed. And Prabhupada's idea was the same thing for the ISKCON movement, establish these. And he could see the deterioration of the Western culture, the Western society would gradually continue to deteriorate, where people would be struggling hard just for the basic necessities of life. So Prabhupada was a visionary. Therefore, in that last part of his movement, he said, just before he left, he said, 50% of my movement is still unfinished. And since then, that was in 1977, there has been an attempt, but a small attempt to somehow or other execute that last part by establishing farm communities. We have our Gita Nagari, we have New Vrindavan, we have New Vrajadam, there's Saranagrati, there's a few places, and there's many, many individual smaller little units around the world that devotees have developed with a few families working together, doing agriculture and cow care. And this is what Srila Prabhupada saw as the future of both, not only the world, not of a movement, but of the world in general. He said society will collapse. He said in 1973, he said in 50 years this whole society will be finished. If you calculate 1973 to 50 years, what year do you get? 2023. You can see it is deteriorating really fast right now. But Prabhupada knew, because he could see, and he explains it, that anything that's based on money is a false foundation. Money is not a foundation for human culture. Values, tradition, morality, family values, cultural values, what else? Spiritual values. These are the things that make up the character of a human being and establish a society that is wholesome. Therefore, in the Bhagavatam, in the first canto, Srila Prabhupada said, you need three things in order to establish a wholesome society. Brahminical culture, cow protection, cow care, and worship of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. All three. So Prabhupada's program was not simply just chanting, dancing, and doing worship. He understood we need a social system to support the lifestyle that is conducive to spiritual life and to human culture, human wholesomeness, human health. And he spoke a lot about it. If you go through his books, especially his lectures, he spoke so much about the need for simplifying our life and coming back to a more simplified life. And it sounds quite revolutionary. Now we have our big houses, we have our big homes, we got cars, we can push buttons and things happen, right? And now everything is so modern and so automated, right? Now they got cars that drive by themselves. I was sitting with one of my friends in Pittsburgh about a couple of weeks ago, and he said, let's go for a ride in my Tesla. Okay. And I was sitting in it there, and he's sitting back doing nothing. The car's going by itself, turning the corner, stopping, going, and he's having fun. His wife doesn't like it at all. She thinks it's dangerous, you know. So, you know, we've become somewhat subservient to machines. Everything is a machine, you know. And they're coming up with more and more technological devices in order to place human culture, human activities. And pretty soon they're going to get rid of the human beings because then they'll become useless. Everything will be a robot society. It's moving in that direction. So Prabhupada could foresee that, and he talked about, he said, yeah, when something is established on money as the foundation for success, and it's a faulty foundation. He said, if you got money, you can do things. If you got money, even if you do something wrong, you can buy your way out of it. Money is a cover-up. Money is a false sense of advancement in society. And therefore, and especially this paper money, Prabhupada talked about that in 1973, the artificial form of wealth called paper money. They give you a piece of paper, you work hard. The government says, hey, you can do anything with that. You can get the plane. Okay. Now, if the government goes, what happens? Your paper's useless. Just like I was in India in 2016, and Prime Minister Modi decided to pull back some of the denominations. Maybe you also were affected by that. And so, unless you could prove that the certain denominations, I think it was the 1,000 note, and that unless you could prove that you actually got that in a legal way, otherwise you could not cash it in, it was worthless. People were burning money in the streets. We saw that in India. Millions and millions of pounds were being burnt because it was useless. The government said no. It's happening again. I don't know if you know it again. They're pulling about the 2,000 note now. So change your 2,000s into 500s now. All the governments, all the banks in India are no longer circulating the 2,000. And that's Modi's going to do it again. So anyway, the point is, it's just paper. That's what it is. Jai Sisi Gornitai Ki Jai. So my point is that the unfinished business of Srila Prabhupada's movement was these farm communities, and to establish a lifestyle, and particularly for people who live in families. Not so much for the brahmacharis and the sannyasis who are very mobile and can go from place to place, but those who have families, who have children, who want a stable environment for a livelihood and for their practice of spiritual life at the same time. So Prabhupada could understand that this was the future of our movement. So I produced one little book. You can see it on the table. It's called Krishna's Way, Simple Krishna's Way, Natural Living, which I include a lot of the things that I mentioned tonight. And mostly of it focuses on Srila Prabhupada's statements for the future, food production, cow protection, Varnashram, and a more simplified lifestyle where we don't have to work so hard. Now you might think, oh my God, but it's not like it was in India. You can still have modern things, you can still live in a very nice environment with many of the luxuries that we still have, but still, the basic principle is agriculture. Prabhupada said, grow your own food. He said the food that grown in our farms is 100 times more nutritious than what you buy in the stores. What you get in the stores is full of herbicides, pesticides, various chemicals. You take a quart of milk, you buy it in the store. You take a quart of milk, you get it from Gita Nagari. You put it in the refrigerator. Which one will last longer? The one you buy from the store, because it's full of chemicals. You're drinking more like chemicals instead of the actual real stuff. Pasteurization. So the whole society is practically polluted. And to find actually good food, healthy air, and various types of medicines that are not detrimental. I have this on video. This is by doctors who have done research. That the number 3 cause of death in the United States, this is in the US, this is recent, this is not something new, is the cure that the doctors administrate to the patients. The number 3 cause of death is the cure that the people come in with some ailment, they die of the cure. Haribo. Welcome to modern society. And so, yeah, this is statistics, and this is not done by people who are trying to attack the medical. These are people in the medical industry who are seeing this and are concerned about people's welfare. So, therefore, and Prabhupada's mission was learn herbs. Herbs have all of the medicines that God has given to us that can cure any disease. Srila Prabhupada talks about his own life, how when he was a young man he had a toothache. And the doctors wanted to take out the tooth, but Prabhupada didn't want to lose the tooth. He wanted to heal the tooth. And nobody could heal it. So Prabhupada went to one shaman, a man living in the forest. He was just a sadhu. And he was directed by one of his friends to meet this man. So the man saw Prabhupada's tooth. He went and picked up a particular herb, put it on the side of Prabhupada's cheek, and all of the germs went out. The tooth was healthy again. Yeah. And this is one of hundreds of examples how herbs actually come, and where the modern medicines, they take these things from nature and they mix it with various kinds of ingredients and resell it back to you in the form of medicine. But you can learn that whole science yourself. There's one devotee here in, what is it? It's in New Talavan, Dwij Puja. He's created this business, herbs, called the Blue Boy Herbs. I was with him one day. He was showing me, walking through the forest and showing me all of the different herbs. I don't know anything, everything looks green to me and different colors of green. I have no idea. Some browns are also there. So he's showing me, this is for this ailment, this is for this, this cures this gives vitality, and this helps, circulation of blood. So he's learned the whole science. Prabhupada said, learn that. He said, you make your own medicines. Forget about doctors. Doctors are good. They were there even in Vedic times, but doctors are just there to administer, not to prescribe. Prescription is given by Krishna himself. We have a doctor in the back, and she's my disciple. She's not very happy with this lecture. But that's okay. So, so God has arranged everything. I mean, just delivering babies. People used to deliver at home. There used to be a nurse there to assist the woman in bringing babies into the world. And now we live in a society where everybody lives in what is called a nuclear family. Why? That means husband, wife, kids, one house, right? But where is Vedic culture, and even Indian culture, which is the foundation, which is the offspring of Vedic culture, people lived in groups, right? There was all of the family members, the brothers, the sisters, their children, nephews, everybody lived together. It was more of a supportive environment. It says in the scriptures, if you want to raise a child, it takes a village. It takes a village to raise a child. So these are the advantages of natural living, as now everything has been economically franchised. And therefore, you have nuclear families are created in order to create an economic interest for big business. You sell everyone a car, you sell everyone a house, you sell everyone, all of the ingredients that make up a modern lifestyle, and each person buys that. Just like I was in preaching in Cincinnati, Ohio. This was many years ago. And I had one friend, he invited me to his house. And I came in, and as soon as we walked into the living room, there was his father was watching TV. Okay, nice. And there was a curtain dividing the room. And I went on the other side of the curtain, and his brother was watching another TV. Same room with a curtain. And then I thought, all right, well, they just two different channels. Then I looked, they were watching the same channel. then I had to ask. My curiosity went beyond me. And so the answer was, just in case one of them wants to change the channel. So yeah, that keeps peace in the family. So yeah, everybody has to have a cell phone, everybody has to have a car, everybody has to have all of the muddy ingredients that make up today's society so you can live peacefully, supposedly. But this is just an economic adventure by modern capitalism in order to get people to work, buy, and spend every amount of money, and that's where all the money goes to buying things you don't even need. So this lifestyle, as Prabhupada's purport is very, very right to the point, that we don't need these things, everything is provided by God. I'll read another interesting purport here. This is from the 10th canto. This is with Nanda Maharaj and Vasudeva. This is short. He said, and Vasudeva is inquiring from Krishna's father, Nanda Maharaj. He says, my dear friend Nanda, in the place where you live, where you are living with your friends, is the forest favorable for the animals, the cows? I hope there is no disease or inconvenience. The place must be full of water, grass, and other plants. Prabhupada goes on to explain, for human happiness, one must care for the animals, especially the cows. Vasudeva therefore inquired whether there was good arrangements for the animals where Nanda Maharaj lived. For the proper pursuit of human happiness, there must be arrangements for the protection of cows. This means that there must be forests and adequate pasturing grounds full of grass and water. If the animals are happy, there will be an ample supply of milk, from which human beings will benefit by deriving many milk products with which they too live happily. As enjoined in the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna says, Krishi go raksha avani jam varshakama swabhava jam. Without giving proper facility to the animals, how can human society be happy? Prabhupada explains that as long as they are killing cows, human society will never be peaceful, no matter what arrangements they make. Cow is very dear. It mentions in the Bhagavatam that there are 5 categories of living entities that require protection. And society must make arrangements for the protection of these 5 people, either on an individual level or on a social level. What are the 5 categories? Women, children, old people, cows, and brahmanas. These are the 5 it's mentioned. And after explaining and mentioning these 5 and what are the care programs, 2 are given preference over the other 3, and that is cows and brahmanas. And out of the 2, the conclusion is cows. How dear cows are to the Lord and how important they are to human society. But therefore, we have a society that doesn't appreciate cows and simply thinks of them as an economic adventure to get as much milk for sale for human society and ultimately for various types of exploitation. And it says here, the people are raising cattle to send to the slaughterhouse. That is a great sin. By this demonic enterprise, people are ruining their chance for truly human life. Because they are not giving any importance to the instructions of Krishna, the advancement of so-called civilization resembles the crazy efforts of men in a lunatic society, lunatic asylum. Hare Krishna. Pretty strong words, but actually it's not an overstatement. It's not an overstatement when you look at it and see it in the light of what is actually human culture and human values. This society is contrary completely. And so Prabhupada is giving us the formula. He said, establish these. Recently I gave this lecture in one place, and And I hadn't known this before, but one man was very enthusiastic to make a response to what I said. He said, you know, Maharaj, there in certain places in India, and I had the experience that when cows are there, if people in the family are sick, then someone will go to the cow, which is part of that family also, whisper in the cow's ear that this person is sick with this disease. The cow will go and find an herb somewhere in the environment, eat that herb, and that milk will be used as medicine for the person who's sick. And then I was amazed to think how in tune with life the cow is. And then someone else told me, Maharaj, it's even more than that. He said the cow knows who's sick in the family. You don't even have to tell it. It'll go and eat that herb automatically without even being told. When cows become part. Therefore, it says that, just like we were having a wedding program yesterday, very nice. It was really quite nice. But one of the points in the wedding was asking the bridegroom, how many animals do you have before you actually enter into a marriage? Animals were considered to be equity, luxury, and opulence. And so that is real value, and especially the cow. The cow is very dear to Krishna. I just mentioned a few of the valuable commodities that the cow provides, but they're unlimited. And if you look at it from a spiritual perspective, what is the name of the highest planet in the spiritual world? Go car? Go automobile? Ford? Krishna's planet is what? Ford, Chevy? What is it? Goloka. The planet of the cows. Well, you might think, wow, the highest planet in the spiritual world is named after the cow. Amazing. And there's much more. The cow is not only materially very beneficial, spiritually also. People were telling me there's a certain nerve in the cow's spine that connects with higher authority. They get energy that's coming from higher realms, and they use that energy to give back to human society in various ways. Cow is really God's special gift on the human society. But we're seeing the opposite in today's modern society, and therefore society is going to hell because of abuse of that animal. It's not a small reaction. Probably you even see, great philanthropist George Bernard Shaw, many hundreds of years ago, wrote that because people gorge themselves on the dead flesh of animals, there are wars. Wars. So war is an outcome of cow killing. Because that reaction to that sinful activity has to go somewhere, and it comes out into the society that cultivates or propagates the abuse of cows. So so much we can say about this topic. But the point is that I'm looking to see how much we actually realize that what Prabhupada is saying in terms of the future of the world is actually a vision that we need to establish in the world, and that is these farm communities. So Prabhupada was not an ordinary person. He was not just a great spiritualist. He was sent to this material world by Krishna to propagate eternal religious principles. And that's also documented. And Prabhupada, when Prabhupada, we were in Bhaktivedanta Maharaj's room many years ago in Mayapur, and many of the senior devotees came to congregate and discuss and talk about their experiences with Srila Prabhupada. So we had a session. One very wonderful devotee. His name was Bhavananda. He had much association with Prabhupada. He was saying that one day I was with Srila Prabhupada, and I was massaging Prabhupada. And Prabhupada was unusually quiet that day, because when you're with Prabhupada, he's always talking about Krishna. He always wanted to keep us aware of the importance of our relationship with Krishna and the whole process of Krishna consciousness. Prabhupada was always very vocal, always speaking about Krishna, connecting everything to Krishna and devotional service. This time Prabhupada was very quiet. This quietness went on for some time, and then at one point Prabhupada broke the silence. And it was quite mystical, that was described. He said, the devotee said that Prabhupada started to talk about himself. He said, I was with Krishna in the spiritual world. Krishna said, come to this material world and preach. I said, material world? I said to Krishna, it's a horrible place. Horrible place. I didn't want to go. But Krishna said to me, no, you go, you write some books, and I'll protect you. So I came. And Krishna wanted me to come and do this work because it was actually the time for the establishment of the Yuga Dharma. As Lord Chaitanya followed Krishna's appearance in the world at the beginning of this century. Not this century, but this millennium. And so Srila Prabhupada was a manifestation of Krishna's mercy upon the world to bring about eternal religious principles as society was gradually going more and more away from God and towards economic development and various forms of sense gratification. We're in the midst of a very interesting time in history. There's a great conflict that's going on in the world now between Sura and Asura, the demons and the devotees. And the world is, these two groups are the small groups, the devotees and the atheists, the demons. The middle road is people in general. But as time is going on, the middle road is becoming smaller and smaller, and these other areas become... Krishna consciousness is spreading fast, but the demons are also moving fast. In order to exploit and to control the world, they have their plans. And this is being documented. And Prabhupada also understood that. He said, in 1972, he said, the demons are increasing, and he said they will give you more and more trouble. He said, but don't worry, Krishna will protect you. As long as you chant Hare Krishna. And stay close to association devotees, follow the program that I've given you. You'll always be protected from the influence of demonic rule within society. And he gave the example. He said, Prahlad Maharaj, he was harassed by his father, big demon, but still, Krishna saved him. Devaki, by Kamsa, Krishna saved him. So Prabhupada understood, we're at a time that he could foresee. And of course, Prabhupada came at that time because Krishna knew this was the time that we needed to revive eternal religious principles. So he sent Srila Prabhupada. Of course, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's mission was to spread to every town and village. So this movement is not just another religious movement in the world to somehow or other worship the Lord. It's actually a movement to restructure the entire Western culture into a God-conscious society based on knowledge, tradition, and values and spiritual education. And of course, this Varnashram system is the foundation by which people can work according to their material proclivities and can contribute to the spiritual welfare of society by engaging in service to the Supreme Lord. This is Srila Prabhupada's vision. So we should be aware of this as devotees who are practicing in Krishna. What was Prabhupada's idea and what is this Krishna conscious movement? Prabhupada said, I came to turn the whole world upside down. He wanted to make a revolution, not simply just open a few temples and do a little worship here and there. You listen to Srila Prabhupada, he talked about politics, he talked about sociology, he talked about economics, he talked about military, he talked about archaeological, he talked about ecological, he talked about everything in relationship to spiritual values and Krishna's way of living. He connected everything back to that. If we read Srila Prabhupada's books and understand deeper what he came to do and what was the desire of the Supreme Lord in sending Srila Prabhupada at this very critical time in human history, then we will become a very part of an instrument to bring about spirituality in the world, and that's the greatest contribution that people need. People are suffering nowadays, there's no question about it. There's a lot of suffering in the world. And therefore, Bhaktisiddhanta used to say, bring spiritual life in, you bring Krishna consciousness, this is the solution to all problems. When you're Krishna conscious, you have the tools, you have everything at your disposal to solve all problems of life. So, therefore, read Srila Prabhupada's books, and those of you who are interested, I penned a little small book there. Many of the quotes of Srila Prabhupada are in that book, along with some lectures that I gave on this specific topic. And it's also for a small donation of $6. If you can't afford 6, give 5. If you can't afford 5, take the book anyway. Or just give a donation. My idea is to get this message out more and more, because I think it's a very important part of the future of the society, the future of the world, that we understand what Srila Prabhupada has given to us in the form of this Krishna consciousness movement. So thank you very much for listening. Hare Krishna. Any questions? Comments?
This question is not related with what you gave little today.
Okay.
So the question I have, I am doing my service, devotional service for various temples, some of the houses for when we have Bhaktivedanta program or other programs, or some events, regional events we have. So sometime what happen, like when I do my service, but there are some people, some devotees, some officers, they have some ego created, some behavior, some attitude, or some credit issues they have. So they don't allow me to perform those kind of service. So in those kind of situation, how we can continue and how we can concentrate on those kind, so that my devotional service will not break and I can continue that.
So if I understand correctly, you're trying to implement different programs like Bhakti Vriksha, Namhat, and other, and you're getting some resistance from what sector of society?
Yeah, like some of the devotees, some of the officers, like temple. Suppose I'm doing performance service, but they maybe have some issue of the credit or issue of the egos.
We have to work in a cooperative way. If we don't cooperate, at least amongst ourselves, how can we make a difference to people on the outside? So when there's ever, Prabhupada writes in the Srimad Bhagavatam, he says devotees appear to be disunited because they have different understandings on how to serve the Lord. So, but we can accommodate various ways to serve the Lord as long as it's in relationship to devotional service. In other words, there is variety in unity. Unity is that we're all devotees, we're all trying to serve the Lord. And the variety is how we execute our different services. So in the material world, people cannot be united because there's no center. Everybody is different. Everyone has their idea of what is important. Therefore, there's no unity. That's why if you look at the material world, there's more and more diversity. And the lack of unity just creates more diversity, and then you have more and more diversity, that's all. But our society is that devotees have the understanding we're all devotees, we're trying to serve the Lord, we're trying to make spiritual advancement. Therefore, we have different ways we can offer service accordingly. Therefore, we should appreciate and encourage people to serve according to their capacity, their nature, as long as it's in line with the process of devotional service. So if we fight over these little things, then, how can we, work together in a cooperative way to make a difference and show people in general that we have something to offer? So therefore, Prabhupada was very clear. He said, you'll show your love for me by how much you cooperate together to push on this Krishna conscious movement. So there may be differences of opinion on how to do things, but that shouldn't be the cause of dissension or even enmity or envy. We have to work it out, that's all. And they have to discuss it and use religious principles, Srila Prabhupada's instructions, as a foundation by which we understand how to overcome the differences. Prabhupada gave us everything. We just have to understand. But the mood is, it's not so much what I think is right, but what's best for propagating Krishna consciousness. What will please Krishna? What will please the spiritual master? And of course, the cooperative spirit is very pleasing. Even though the ideal service may not go on, if there's a cooperative mood, Krishna is very pleased. Krishna will show his mercy when we make an effort for cooperation, like that. So envy, enmity, various types of, individual programs. Prabhupada said the disease is personal interest. The disease is personal interest. We have to keep Krishna's interests, the spiritual master's interests foremost. That we can cooperate around. Personal interests will cause us to simply fight and go away.
Thank you, Maharaj. Haribol.
Does that make sense? Anyone else? Yes, Mataji.
Haribol Maharaj, thank you so much for the nice class. As you were talking, I was thinking of this analogy that Srila Prabhupada gave us about the frog in the pot of water.
Oh.
How when you turn the temperature up very, very gradually, the frog doesn't realize that it's boiling until it's too late, and then it's already cooked. So Prabhupada has given us this prediction or this insight. As you said, back in 73, he said, society will be finished in 50 years, and now here we are, 2023. And I was just wondering, can you give, it seems as though we hear these things and we see the things around us, and yet it's like, it can't be that bad, it'll get better soon, and it will never get to that, it will never get to that point, something will happen. And yet we see every day things are getting a little bit worse, food is going up, everything is getting more expensive.
Yeah.
So is there a way, can you give us some advice on maybe one or two things that we can do to kind of keep this idea of self-sustainability, of when we're trapped in our jobs and we're living this day-to-day existence of pay the bills, look after the kids, do this, make sure the mortgage is paid. It seems difficult to think of anything beyond how to prepare for what Srila Prabhupada said is going to happen. So is there something that we can do that can kind of shock us out of that?
There is things on the immediate level, and then things on the larger level, or on the group level. So Prabhupada's vision was to gradually withdraw from the withdraw for being dependent on this society and create a society within the society which will become a macrocosm of a new society. And then eventually, as that expands, it will become more and more the model. So if we still are working for the non-devotees out there, and then we have to sacrifice some of our values and plug into that value system in order to maintain whatever we need in terms of finances and facilities. So we're still dependent on that. The idea is to pull your dependence back away from that, and that's the point I was making in this, to become more insular, more dependent not so much on the external society, but depend more on Krishna, nature, and in the social, economic, and spiritual values that make up the practice of Krishna consciousness. So that takes a plan. And immediately what we can do is just keep strong in our spiritual life, which will help us to become less affected by the fact that we still are dependent on the society. Because if we get weak, we become overwhelmed, and then we become influenced. If we become influenced, then we compromise. If we compromise, then our values are no longer important anymore. It's what is our needs become more important than our values. Just like I was mentioning today in class, that I was talking to some senior devotees. One devotee was telling me that people consider their japa to be a interference with their life. In other words, I have to do 16 rounds, but I still have all of these other things in the world to do with job and family responsibilities and other activities. So, in other words, they organize their japa around their material responsibilities rather than organizing our material responsibilities around our japa, which is the foundation for our, because we are spiritual beings, we have material responsibilities, but if they become the main thing, then we lose our focus on life. That ultimately our goal is to become purified from all material desires and go back home, back to Godhead. That is the purpose of this Krishna conscious movement. It's not to make a nice material arrangement. That may come by the grace of Krishna, but it's not the goal. So to emphasize and to reinforce our spiritual life as a community, we get strength, and we also we can also manage easier our material responsibilities. I think putting spirituality first and foremost is the most important part of that answer of your question, making that foremost. When you're strong in your spiritual practice, you're less affected by the material energy. Prabhupada used to say, Maya is as strong as you are weak. If we become strong, then Maya their influence becomes weak. If the frog is, aware that it's getting boiled, it'll get out of that. Instead of waiting to, it becomes impossible. So yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's not an easy question to sort out in terms of, because we're plugged in. And the thing is to gradually unloosen the plug and replug it more into community. Community is the foundation for all success, both materially and spiritual. Developing community. I think that was Bhaktivedanta Swami's message too. He talked a lot about the importance of community. as the foundation for the human culture, for spiritual practice. Anything else?
Maharaj.
Go ahead, don't be afraid to ask questions. If you can even say, Maharaj, you're in Maya, I think, you're too fanatical. You can say anything you want. We're ready to hear your, if you feel that there's something you want to express, please express it in the form of a question so we can understand it. Don't walk away and think, well, I wanted to ask Maharaj that question, but I didn't. Ask your questions. Yeah.
Maharaj, while you were answering that question, you mentioned early on in the answer that chanting is a very important aspect and even a foundation of our spiritual lives. How can we actually make that into a reality? Is it like there's some kind of affirmations we should tell us, something we should read? Is there some mantra that reinforces that, or?
Well, first of all, you have to know, at least theoretically, maybe not you haven't realized it, but at least that the chanting of the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra is the foundation for the execution of Krishna consciousness. All of our spiritual advancement springs from the quality and activity of our chanting, both japa and kirtan. And this is mentioned throughout the scriptures. Therefore, anyone who chants the holy names of the Lord is actually recognized by the Supreme Lord as being a great personality. Yeah. So it's not a small thing to chant japa or to chant kirtan. It's actually, in this age, it's the highest form of glorification of the Supreme Lord. Krishna's name is Krishna. Nama Chintamani Krishnas Chaitanya Rasa Vigraha Punya Sudya Nitya Mukta Bina Tvam Nami Namino. Krishna's name is Krishna. You can associate with the Supreme Lord through sound. If you practice how to chant nicely, with attention, with devotion. But we think, oh, yeah, I got so many things to do. If I chant, I get nothing done. But if I work, I get something done. That's Maya. That's the mode of passion. Seeing material results as success in our life as opposed to spiritual purification. You can get so many material results in this life, and then you die and you get another birth to pick up where you left off in the last life. But if you purify your heart, you can awaken your love for Krishna, and you can go back home, back to Godhead, and not have to come back to this material world, and live eternally in the spiritual world in full knowledge and in unlimited happiness. That is the nature. It's not only just a lofty goal, it's actually the nature of the living being's existence. Nitya Siddha Krishna Prema Sarukambunai Sravanari Siddhi Chitte Koriye Udoi. In the hearts of all living beings, natural love for Krishna is there. It's just a matter of bringing it out. That is the real success of life, to develop one's love for the Supreme Lord, which is the actual goal of life. People ask, well, what is the goal of human life? The goal of human life is to awaken your love for God. The goal of human life is not to have big houses and nice cars and nice lawns. These are okay. We don't knock those, but ultimately, what is it? The human facility is relationship, and not simply external. So relationships are based on quality, and that quality is based on service. And when we serve Krishna, when we serve others, we actually develop our actual propensity of the soul's existence. Service is the soul's existence. And the ultimate service is to serve the Lord and serve the devotees of the Lord. These are the two ways by which the soul finds happiness, through service.
Thank you, Maharaj.
I'm not making this up. I'm just repeating what's in the book. It's in the books. Anything else? Okay, so what's next? Okay. Thank you very much. And if you are a little curious, we have some books there. Please take a look and get a book. We keep it very nominal so everyone can make it affordable for anyone. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, we'll get ready for Srila Prabhupada Guru Puja Arati, please. And if we all can assemble closer, that would be really nice. Hari Bol.
It's pretty loud. Thank you. No, it's okay. Thank you. Vando mui sada dana mate. Candramauli Sabadana Mate. Baba Toriada Dahada Prasade Bhai Hey Baba Toriada Hoida Ate Krishna Prapti Hoida Ate Padma Vakya Jitete Koriya Haka Guru Mukha Padma Vakya Jitete Koriya Haka Koriyo mane asha Ana koriyo mane asha Guru Charane Rati Aise Uttamagati Shri Guru Charane Rati Aise Uttamagati Dame, dame, Prabhu say. Devegane re prakasito. Devegane re prakasito. Prema bhakti dayo ete abhidrabhinasayate. Jai Amore Parachaya. Ha ha Prabhu Karadaya Deho More Parachaya. Ha ha Prabhu Karadaya Deho More Parachaya. Evidas Kusukti Bhuvana. Evidas Kusukti Bhuvana. Srila Prabhupada Patita Pavana. Srila Prabhupada Patita Pavana. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. We're going to turn around and do Namo. His Divine Grace Sri Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada ki. Nam Vishnupadaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Iti Namine Krishna Prastaya Srimate Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pacharine Nivishesha Shunyavadi Astya Chadiksa Charine Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasari Gaura Bhaktivinoda Jaya Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhaktivinoda Jaya Shri Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasari Gaura Bhaktivinoda Jaya Shri Gaura Bhaktivedanta Jaya Gaura Bhaktivedanta Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, 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 Hare Hare. That's okay.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Rama, Hare Hare. Oh! Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Bol. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare. Hop, 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 hop. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Whoa! Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama,
Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Govinda Jai Jai, Gopal Jai Jai. Govinda Jai Jai, Gopal Jai Jai. Govinda Jai Jai, Gopal Jai Jai. Radha Ramana Hari, Govinda Jai Jai. Sri Sri Radha Ramana Hari, Govinda Jai Jai. Hey, Govinda Jai Jai, Gopal Jai Jai. Govinda Jai Jai, Gopal Jai Jai. Govinda Jai Jai, Gopal Jai Jai. Faster, faster. Govinda Jai Jai, Gopal Jai Jai. Radha Ramana Hari, Govinda Jai Jai. Hey! Sri Sri Radha Ramana Hari, Govinda Jai Jai. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram.
Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Govinda Jaya Jaya, Gopala Jaya Jaya. Govinda Jaya Jaya, Gopala Jaya Jaya. Radha Ramana Hari, Govinda Jaya Jaya. Radha Ramana Hari, Govinda Jaya Jaya. Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga. Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga. Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga. Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga. Nitai Gauranga, Gaurari. Nitai Gauranga, Gaurari.
Jaya Sachinandana, Jaya Sachinandana. Jaya Sachinandana, Jaya Sachinandana. Jaya Sachinandana Gaura Hare. Jaya Sachinandana Gaura Hare. Jai Sachinandana, Jai Sachinandana. Jaya Sachinandana, Jaya Sachinandana. Jai Sachinandana Gaura Hare. Jaya Sachinandana Gaura Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Ram Ram,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Nitai Gora Chandra, Nitai Gora Chandra, Gora Hari.
Nitai Gaura Chandra, Nitai Gaura Chandra, Gaura Hari.
Jaya Nitai Gora Chandra, Nitai Gora Chandra, Gora Hari.
Jaya Radha Sharad
Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Srila Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Prabhupada. Hare Hare Namah Krishna Yadavaya Namah Hare. Hare Hare Namah Krishna Yadavaya Namah. Yadavaya Madhavaya Kedavaya Namah. Gopal Govinda Ram Srimadu Sudan Giridhari Gopinath Madan Mohan Sri Chaitanya Nityananda Sri Advaita Sita Hari Guru Vaishnava Bhagavata Gita Sri Rup Sitanatan Padragunath. Hey, Sri Jiva Gopala Bhatta Dasaragunatha. Hare Hare Nama Krishna Yadavaya Namah Hare. Up! Everybody dance. Hare Hare Nama Krishna Yadavaya Namah Hare. Hey! Hadavaya Madhavaya Kesavaya Namah. Hey! Hadavaya Madhavaya Kesavaya Namah. Hey! Help! Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram Ram Rama Hare Hare. Hop! Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Rama Hare Hare. Hey! Hop, hop! Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Jaya Nitai Gora Chandra Nitai Gora Chandra Gora Hare. Jaya Nitai Gora Chandra Nitai Gora Chandra Gora Hare. Nitai Gora Haribo 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 Gora Haribo. Nitai Gora Haribo 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 Gora Haribo. Nitai Gora Haribo 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 Gora Haribo. Nitai Gora Haribo 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 Haribo. Nitai Gora Haribo Nitai Gora Haribo. Nitai Gora Haribo Nitai Gora Haribo. Nitai Ki, Radha Sadbi Hari Ji Ki, Radha Damodar Ki, Radha Govinda Ki, Ramadan Mohan Ki, Radha Shyam Sundar Ki, Radha Gopinath Ki, Radha Rani Ki, Maharani Ki, Radha Rani Ki Jai, Maharani Ki Jai, Radha Rani Ki Jai, Maharani Ki Jai. Varsana Valiki, Jai Jai Jai. Bolo, Varsana Valiki, Jai Jai Jai. Radha Rani Ki Jai, Maharani Ki Jai. Radha Rani Ki Jai, Maharani Ki Jai. Bolo, Varsana Valiki, Jai Jai Jai. Bolo, Varsana Valiki, Jai Jai Jai. Hey! Radha Rani Ki Jai, Maharani Ki Jai. Hey! Radha Rani Ki Jai, Maharani Ki Jai.
रानी की जय राधा रानी की जय महारानी की जय की जय महारानी की राधा रानी की जय महारानी की जय बोलो बरसाने वाली की जय 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 बोलो बरसाने वाली की जय 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 राधा रानी की जय महारानी की जय राधा रानी की जय महारानी की जय
Hari Bon, Hari Bon, Hari Bon, Nitai Gaur, Hari Bon. Nitai Gaur, Hari Bon, Hari Bon, Hari Bon, Nitai Gaur, Hari Bon. Go to Premanande, Srila Prabhupada Ki. Shri Harinam Sankirtan Ki, Shri Golden Nitai Ki, Shri Radha Shadbi Hari Ji Ki, Srila Prabhupada Ki, Shri Harinam Sankirtan Ki, Nitai Gauda Premanande. Jai Om Vishnupad Paramahans Parivajak Acharya Astautra Satta Sri Sriman. His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki. ISKCON founder Acharya, His Divine Grace Srila Prabhupada Ki. Jai Om Vishnupad Paramahans Parivajak Acharya Astautra Satta Sri Sriman, His Divine Grace Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Maharaj Ki. Ananta Gauri Vaishnavinda Ki. Nama Acharya Srila Haridas Thakur Ki. Shri Rup Sanatan Bhatta Raghunath Diva Gopal Bhadas Raghunath Sadgoswami Ki. Prem se kaho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Sivasadi Gauda Bhaktivinoda Ki. Shri Sri Radha Krishna Gopa Gopinath Shamakund Radhakund Giri Govardhan K. Vrindavan Dham K. Navadvip Mayapur Dham K. Jagannath Puri Dham K. Ganga Mai K. Jamuna Mai K. Tulasi Devi K. Bhakti Devi K. Samaveda Bhaktivinda K. Sri Sri Radha Madhavasta Saki K. Sri Sri Panchatattva K. Palanda Sringadev K. Sri Harinam Shankirtan K. Nitai Gauda Premanande. Glories to the assembled devotees. Glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. Glories to Shri Guru and Shri Gauranga. Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Namaste Narasimha.
Yeah.
Just a quick announcement that regarding the Nrsimhadev prayers, just a couple of announcements. We have few requests. Today is being the first year death anniversary for Sangeeta's mother. So we would like to sing in her honor. And we just heard news about the very sad, tragic train crash that happened in India. We would like to think about them. And we have two requests. One of our very long well-wisher, Mukundan Prabhu, his mother is in the hospital. This is the third time back at ER, ICU actually. And we have an anonymous devotee who is going through extreme difficulty. So it's a lot of requests, but if we all can meditate a little bit of each of these four requests while we're chanting the beautiful glories of Nrsimharati. Hare Krishna.
Namaste Narasimhaya. Namaste Narasimhaya. Praladadayini. Hiranyakasipurvaksa. Silatankanakalayi. Ito nesingo parato nesingo. Ito nesingo parato nesingo. Yato yato yami tato nesingo. Bahe nesingo, hidaye nesingo. Bahe nesingo, hidaye nesingo. Narasimhavadim Shranam Papadi. Narasimhavadim Sharanam Papadi. Tavakala Kamala Varinaka Abhutatinga Dalita Hiranyakasipu Tanobringa Keshavadita Narahari Rupa Jaya Jagadisha Jaya Jagadisha Jaya Jagadisha Keshavadita Narahari Rupa Jaya Jagadisha Jaya Jagadisha Jaya Jagadisha Jaya Nasingade, 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 Jaya Nasingade. Jaya Prahlad Maharaj, Jaya Prahlad Maharaj, Prahlad Maharaj, Jaya Prahlad Maharaj. Haribo, 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 Nitai Gora Haribo. Nitai Gora Haribo, 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 Nitai Gora Haribo. Singha Bhagavan ki, Prahlad Maharaj ki, Nitai Gaur Premanande.
Hare Krishna. Let's try it one more time. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Hare Srila Prabhupada ki, Nitya Gaurachandra ki, His Holiness Candramauli Swami ki. Thank you so much. I just want to give you guys a heads up that was a preview of what's happening on July 7th. That was a teaser. So what you just experienced about the kirtan with Candramauli Swami, just a teaser, because we have the Adivas Kirtan, the pre-Rath Yatra Kirtan happening on July 7th, Friday. So you have about, what's today's date? June 4th? So a little, 34 days to do some really amazing gym workout. Probably get some steps in, and I'll probably do some pranayams. I don't know, because Maharaj is going to be kicking us on July 7th to dance. His Holiness Candramauli Swami ki. Thank you so much. I'm going to make it in 5 minutes, so I'm going to time myself. Firstly, I would like to welcome the guest of Mother Sangeeta. This feast has been sponsored by her and her family in honor of her mother's first death anniversary. Her mother actually used to come to Gita Nagari in the really old days. And I always remember seeing Mother Sangeeta with her husband in Madandrani's room upstairs. Every Sunday after the Sunday program. every Sunday. So, and her mother has actually met Prabhupada I think in Kolkata? Yes, so she has personally met Prabhupada in Kolkata. So we're very happy that you have chosen us to do this program for your mother. And we're happy that you have sponsored the feast. And so when we honor the feast, it's actually her mother's favorites. So we'll think about your mother and we'll pray for her. Thank you so much. And there you go. You have a Maha on the way. Haribol. Thank you so much. Wonderful. Oh, son over mother. Beautiful. Thank you. I also want to, today I'm very happy, I'm very blessed that I am being blessed by my seniors, Mother Vrajalila, Mother Yashoda Mai, and Ekavira Prabhu. Thank you so much. It means a lot to me, more than all three of you can ever imagine. Thank you so much. And many of you have, you can say sorry. Many of you have asked me, why am I so crazy? How I run. Yeah, Prabhu, they've seen my craziness, Prabhu. Why am I so crazy and how I keep going and why I'm like this? Two people trained me up. My spiritual master, His Holiness Bhaktivedanta Swami, and Mother Vrajalila herself. That's why I'm crazy like that. So if you want to blame someone, you know who. She made me, and my spiritual master made me who I am today. So thank you. It's only by them that I'm able to serve what I am today. So it means a lot to me that all three of you here today. Really, really, thank you so much. Few announcements. So we're going to roll into the announcements, and we've heard a beautiful lecture by Candramauli Swami. It's beyond our thinking when we think, but you know, Maharaj, this is like out of the window. How can we live simple in this crazy world? If we read that book, I actually took about 15 minutes, Maharaj, as per your instruction. I glanced through it during your class. It is possible. It's just that we just have this mindset that we think it's not possible. My mother used to always say, nothing is impossible if you try. And if we try to read that book that Maharaj wrote, and at least pick just one point that we can really simplify our lives, simple living, higher thinking. If we can simplify our lives in Krishna's way and not get so caught up in the craziness of this world, it is possible. I will even bet you it's possible. It really, really is. And the book is going for only $6. I don't think you can find a book going for $6 even on Amazon.com. I think the cheapest is $9.99, the Kindle version. So we got a sale here. So how many books do we have there, Saurabh? Okay, so it's enough for everyone. So it's 8:06 now. By 9 o'clock, I want to see that table empty. Is it possible? $6. And it's not coming to my pocket. It's going to help Maharaj's mission. So do I have a hands up? Okay, Maharaj, I fulfill your desire. Thank you for engaging me. Thank you. So it's a really small book. It's not even 100 pages. You can do it in one night. I guarantee you. Please, yes, Marge.
If you go from the back inward, fourth page from the back, there's a QR code there. You scan your phone and you can hear Srila Prabhupada speaking about the future of the world, about the future of our society. It's a 5-minute lecture. It's connected to this QR code, so that's also part of the book.
So I'm going to have Saurabh Prabhu's right there. He's going to be the guard keeper, and he's going to come after each of you for the book. So please do have Lakshmi ready, because it's going to help Maharaj's preaching mission to print even more books. Thank you so much. Hare Krishna. Couple of weeks, we have... Okay, the fathers remembered. The mothers did not. Very sad. Father's Day. Let's glorify the fathers. What do you guys think? Okay, perfect. Thank you. So we have a wonderful feast cooked by the youth. The youth of our temple, believe it or not, they're good cooks. They can even outbeat us. So please, do all fathers spread the word. Please come out. We are going to be hearing the glories of Lord Rishabhadev, how he was a beautiful, perfect father to his sons. So please do come out. June 18, Father's Day program. The week after that is Snana Yatra. 2 weeks before Rath Yatra is Snana Yatra, June 25th. Please come out. We'll have the bathing of Lord Jagannath, and he's going to go sick for 2 weeks. And it's going to come out again. So please mark your calendar for June 25th, Snana Yatra, a wonderful, beautiful program. And of course, it ends with... That wasn't enough enthusiasm. Thank you. It's less than 1 month. We have a lot going on. We have a lot to do. We have quite accomplished and even more to accomplish. But the only way for this to happen is it takes loving, generous donation to make it happen. If you do not have your checkbook, please, you're welcome to, I think that's a Cash App thingy, right, Prasad Prabhu? That's a Cash App. See, I'm not very social media tacky thingy. I just know what it is, but I don't know how it functions, thank God. So I just know what it's called. How it works, I have no idea. I'm still the old-fashioned, you know, quick story. Me and my god sister, Mother Chintamani, till this very day, we organize our budget in envelopes and a big bag. Till this very day. I'm still old-fashioned. I'm sorry. I don't do this Cash App, Venmo, this and that, and whatever you call it. So please, if you are techie, there's a Cash App, there's PayPal, there's even pledges. So please, and if you pledge, we humbly request you, if you can pledge more than last year, it would be awesome. And if you like more information, you can see myself or Dear Krishna right here hiding behind me. So please do join us, and please make this a wonderful, wonderful festival, because Lord Jagannath is coming, ready or not. He is on his way. And we have Candramauli Swami in kirtan. How's that? But you have 4 weeks to go do gym workout. Okay, so thank you so much. And we thank you all for joining us. If you need any, and actually Mother Sangeeta would like to say something before we end. Haribol. Oh wait, Varsha, thank you. 1 minute. So next week, we have New York Rath Yatra. The van has been finalized. Those that have pledged for it, please meet at the temple 8:30, not 7:30. That has been changed in when we can pick up the van. So it'll be leaving 8:30 from the temple. So please report to the temple. Now the blessing is when you come at 7:30, you can sing 1 hour kirtan to Nitai Gaurachandra. They love company. They love company. They love devotees to sing for them, and they'll jump off the altar and dance with you too. So please do join us at 7:30, sing for an hour so that you can pick up that speed and drive 4 hours in the van and continue chanting again. How's that? Perfect. Harival. Wonderful. And please, again, if you need more information, see Mother Varsha. Hare Krishna. Yes, go ahead, Sangeeta.
Hare Krishna. I would like to first thank Prabhuji Maharajji for such a wonderful discourse, and followed by such an energetic kirtan. So thank you so much. And to really each and all the devotees here who all participated in this wonderful kirtan and arati. And today, like Mother Anusuya said, Mataji said, that today we are like honoring Ma because it's her 1 year Shraddh this month, which would be in June 9th. It will be actually in the New Jersey ISKCON temple. So I just wanted to take this moment to thank all the devotees, and especially Mother Anusuya, because she has really helped a lot to coordinate the whole thing, and also Varsha Mataji, Tunga Vidya Mataji, Sri Krishna Prabhu. All these devotees have really helped to put together, the whole beautiful program. So thank you again for coming, and please honor Prasadam, and please pray for Ma. Thank you. Hare Krishna. Hare Bol.
And we do the best. Prasadam prayers. Lalita. The climax point. Come on.
Mahaprasade Govinde Nama Brahmane Vaishnave Sarva Punyaptam Rajam Vishwasana Vijayate Sharira Vijayat Jo Hindi hai tahe ka Jive Fleshe Sagare Tara Mate Jivaeti Yabadmai Sudarmati Takri Takri Samsare Krishna Varadayamai Kari Vare Divajay Vapasadan Dilobai Sayanam Nitapao Radha Krishna Gunagao Pemilakha Chaitanya Nitai Jani Mai Jani Tai Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shri Vasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Mahaprasadam ki Jai Jai Shri Radhe Sham Jai Jai Shri Radhe Sham Jai Jai Shri Radhe